Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Higurashi. After what is probably the most ominous chapter I've read of this visual novel so far, we've heard a lot of disturbing things. I'm still quite disturbed by the fact that our friend spent an entire hour eavesdropping on us and then left. That's like a little bit nerve-wracking, man. After that crazy encounter with her on the street, oh my god. Yeah, I'm thinking we're either getting murdered by the village people or murdered by demons, which might also be the village people. Is the entire village possessed? Fucked if I know. So, I don't remember if we actually did this, so I'm just gonna once over this notice from the police chief. July 1st, 1982. Departments 1 through 12. Okay. I don't remember the typing part. We're gonna go like Kanto Prefectural Police Headquarters, Director General Saito. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa village, notice. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa village have been reported by certain sections of mass media. It's drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. It's become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following decree has been ordered. Oh, by the way, I'm not clicking this. It's automatically proceeding. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder, dated June XX. Okinomiya Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance, dated XX. Okay. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station, 1979, case number X. Hinamizawa Village site foreman murder. Shiro Station, 1980, case number X. Shiro Natural Park falling incident, dated June XX. Okinomiya Station, 1981, case number X. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest's wife disappearance, dated June XX. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management Prefecture Police Headquarters, Internal Line 1, 2, 3, 4. Police Affairs Department 2137. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Okay. So that's just like a general notice of basically a gag order to all the police officers when they're investigating stuff. That makes sense. So that's why they're not like announcing anything. Okay, so here's hoping. Here's hoping it's only 1 or 2 village crazies and not the whole damn village. If so, I'm gonna need a halberd and some fire. A pitchfork simply won't do. Preferably a blessed halberd. Need to be able to stab and chop from at least 5 feet away. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong? A silver halberd would probably be nice, but I don't know if Oni are supposed to be weak to silver. What's wrong, Keiichi? You don't look so well. Dude, I'd be disturbed too. When did you go to sleep? It seemed my mom had noticed my sullen state. Dude, I'd be disturbed too. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. The presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly. It was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep, except not being able to stand it. I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there was no one there. I think I did this 3 times through the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Man, I've done that, and there wasn't even anyone who broke into my house. Even though I'm able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. Have you ever done that? You just like swear. You're like, I fucking swear I saw someone in this area. And it's like you can't get to sleep until you check like every room on the floor or in the house. Make sure there's like no one there, and then you're like, fuck it, I'm gone. And you're like, alright, now I can go to sleep. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. Ah, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I haven't been feeling well for the last few days, because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Ring ring. Oh, new phone, congratulations. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually meet up with Reina. So it's gonna be Reina, right? Reina came to get you. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna take the day off? Reina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. Wait. Somewhat quirky, alright. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Reina's fault, it was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. I'll send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I'd have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. Reina is known for dragging an axe around town. I wouldn't be completely unreasonable, but I don't think she's gonna murder us, this year at least. We have until the next ceremony. I don't know, so our character has time. The one thing he has is lots of time on his side. I wouldn't be worried about being murdered by demons until, like, the next ritual night. Then we're probably fucked, but, like, we have, like, 9 months. I don't think she's gonna, like, fucking murder us a week after the ceremony. That'd be really silly. I'd only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called them to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. Likely Dad's work. This happened every so often. It wasn't that unusual. They'd probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. Oh, that's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it was really just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Maybe we should get checked into a mental institution. Normally I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. At least our girlfriend wasn't just, like, waiting for us at in the living room, watching us sleep all day. That'd be awkward. Like, if Reina's just sitting there, we wake up and it's like, "Good afternoon." You'd be like, "Oh, fuck me." Just walking around like this made me feel guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used, and after walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. I assume it's a small clinic, right? Erie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. I called it clinic. It's only 1,000 people. It's not going to be a full-blown hospital. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. Alright. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. This is probably the only clinic in the village. Maibara, please make your way to the examination room. After properly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. A shot? Really? For a cold? Maybe it's the flu vaccine. Or the latest flu shot, right? I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, it was worth it. They don't have any mind control serum, right? I don't think they've introduced any concept like that yet, so... Injections from the doctor probably not going to kill us unless it's like a muscle relaxant or anesthetic, but I don't think we're getting murdered today, so I think we're safe. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping, if it just wasn't for that word. Must have been an Onikakushi. Oh boy, I wonder. He was still pretty young, might have just eloped. With who? The man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with the big camera? Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Are they talking about Tomitake? I can feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that. You have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note, quit their job or something? It's an elopement because they didn't leave a message. The thought I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. That woman with Tomitake. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow followed me everywhere I went. Oh boy. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. And perhaps even if you leave, since the one guy got murdered in like a park or some shit, right? Which, to my knowledge, was outside of Hinamizawa. Alright, back to the beautiful sound, relaxing sound of the crickets. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. Might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. Does anyone actually go to the... I don't even know if this is something they do in Japan. It might just be visual novels, but does anyone actually go to the doctor's office because they're feeling sick one day? Like, for one day? Unless you absolutely require, like, a doctor's note to get the day off? I don't think so. Like, if I'm feeling, I was feeling really bad the other day, and I was just like, oh, I'll just take the day off work. Like, one day, if it's one day's sickness, you'll usually get over it. Just, like, lay down. Just lay down, sleep it off, and you might be feeling a lot better in the evening. I'm like, it seems like it might just be a method to get us, like, more information. But it seems like, seems a little bit unusual to go to a clinic for, like, being sick for one day. Like, I'd go to the hospital if I was sick for, like, an entire week and, like, couldn't get out of bed or some shit. I don't know if I could do it for a day unless it was, like, a really bad problem. Alright. Anyway, contemplating buying snacks, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road I'd be in a car's way? I moved further off to the side, but the horn was still honking. I turned around, peeved. Maibara-san, good day to you. It was Uishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Not feeling well. I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm gonna get lunch myself. You mind going together? If you're not feeling up for it, don't mind me. I was gonna lay down after going home anyway, and I didn't really have a cold. I doubt you'd want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Uishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss in Hinamizawa. Well? I mean, the whole reason we're, like, scared shitless is because of what happened yesterday, so getting out of town would be good. I went with Uishi-san, riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. If it's weekend and you live in a rural area, you might have to go to ER to get required documents. Yeah, maybe you have to go to the, like, I don't know about the requirements for, like, skipping a day of school in Japan. It might be the law that, like, if you skip it, it might be a local law or, like, a state law that you have to get, like, a doctor's note if you take a day off school. That might be why he had to go to the hospital. At least the doctor could say, okay, well, you weren't faking it, you know, you do have an odd body temperature and you look like shit, you know, you're sick. That might be a requirement. Generally though, I don't think I ever had to go to a doctor to take a day off school, at least in Canada. But then again, I only took like at most a couple days off. I think the most I might have taken off is like I think when I had chickenpox or some shit. That was a long time ago, so I don't even know if I had a doctor's note. Sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Reina, who'd been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me just by the door. Why not tell the detective this? This is useful information the detective wants to know, because if his investigation is slightly compromised, he'd want to know this, right? Like that you're not 100% undercover and someone might know. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomitake-san died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake. Uishi spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens given how he was clawing out his own throat, but a drug that could cause that to happen is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comics all the time, where there's a drug that if you put it in them, it doesn't leave any traces? It exists. Succinctol, or something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake-san to react like that. You just skip if the day is pointless, like there's a presentation from the student counselor one time. A boring substitute you also don't like, show up when... Oh no, don't just skip days of school. If nothing else, you should appreciate the fact that you get to hang out with your friends during breaks and lunch and shit. Assuming you have friends. It's like way harder to do that when once you're in university or working, like actually have a job. Like way harder to make friends, way harder to hang with people. And I honestly went to school a few times knowing that there'd be like high school a couple times, like several days in fact, where I knew it'd be fucking useless and I just went there anyway to hang out with people. I feel like it's more useful than like staying home at least. At least I was thinking they might be more useful. Cause I mean I can stay home and play video. You could like every weekend. You're already doing that like 2 days a week, right? If you want to stay home, play video games, do whatever. School's not so bad. Especially if, like, depending on your classes, you can just read shit. Like, some of my classes in high school, I think I could... Some of my classes in high school, if you finished all your work, you could just sit in class and read, and that's what I did. I just was like, yeah, the day's gonna be useless? Okay, well, I finished all my homework. I finished all my work in this class 20 minutes early. Get out my book, start reading. How I got through War and Peace, actually. I was like, yeah, I'll just keep going to school, because during class, I'll read War and Peace, and if they have something more useful, if they have something useful to say, or something worth taking notes on, I'll do that instead. Because then it's like you're not wasting your whole day, because you're still doing something useful, like reading a book that you want to read. So the police concluded that Tomitake died from the curse? No, that's not what they said. I couldn't help but feel the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be disassociated from Tomitake's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. Putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that was unquestionably involving other humans. That made me a bit relieved. Yeah, he had the shit beaten out of him by like 10 people before he died. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Uishi into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children here in the middle of a weekday. 2, please. Non-smoking. This way, but right. It's the 80s, and it's Japan, so smoking's still a thing. Completely forgot you have to specify that. It's been so long since I had that question asked of me. I swear, it's been like... I feel like it's been like 10, 12 years since I've been asked smoking or non-smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. Might even be longer than that. It's been a long-ass time. It's been a long-ass time. Like, I remember going to Swiss Chalet, and being asked smoking or non-smoking. And I remember suddenly having like default seats that were different than the normal set of seats for like a family. Because I think they got rid of the smoking section. That was a long ass time ago, damn. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Uishi-san in the booth. So, what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute? Well, I guess. This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Uh-huh. Uishi-san, you're leering. So is this a maid cafe? Or is this just Hooters? Am I really? Well. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Uishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, that was the village of man-eating demons or some shit. I don't know much about it myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning. Uishi-san took the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. Turns out the village used to be called Onikakushi, or Ogre's Abyss. That's quite the name. The name's still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called the Ogre's Abyss. It said the depths of that marsh connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody told me about such an ominous marsh. As you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures. It seems the demons were Sennin, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the Ogre's Abyss and healing them, for example. Even if we're calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Sennin would be a more apt description. Oh, they're Tengu and not Oni. Alright. They don't seem like terrible people, even though they're called demons. They're still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went. The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling. Of course the mother took her son and ran, and then you see all the people who lived in Onikakushi, the demons chased them down, rounded them up, and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. Oh man, we're getting even worse tales. It's just keeps getting worse. In the end, it seems both the mother and the son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. There's plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Uishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his tea. It's true, right? Like, if both the witnesses are dead, who the fuck told the tale? But, well, there's quite a few other tales. Were the demons from Onikakushi band together to capture their prey? I recalled that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how the part about unification overlapped. Normally they hunted a single person and chose who it was going to be beforehand. But that caught my attention. Uishi-san appeared to be pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. What does this mean? It means I need a drink, apparently. It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In other words, what happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons, after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that's on the hunt, wasn't it? Yeah. I didn't dare speak it. Then, Uishi-san, I guess it's either the families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes? What do you think, Maibara-san? Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed we were both waiting for the other to say the last word. My god, our guy is like... Sometimes fictional overtake gets really annoying. Our character is being that annoying protagonist right now, where he's like, I have lots of relevant information, and I have concerns that are making me nervous, and, but I'm not going to share them with the police officer, despite him being, like, the only person I can reasonably believe I can confide in. And he, like, our character even thinks he can confide in the police officer, it's just, he's not fucking doing it. It seems we're both waiting for the other to say the last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring her coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi disappeared. Ueshi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl in his coffee. For those friends of Satoshi, meaning your group of friends, Maibara, I had a bit... Really, just a bit, okay? Of background checking done on them. If Ueshi said this to me before, I would have been furious, since he told me earlier not to suspect them. But as it was now... Well, as I was now, I couldn't... This might sound stupid, Maibara. If you feel it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Ueshi was wearing the most serious expression I'd ever seen from him. Okay. I will equally pay attention. Because it was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Ueshi's. Oh no. None of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. The voice that says you're going to learn forbidden knowledge. Things that could get you killed. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would now run from the truth. Apparently, Two Suspect is giving us a raid. Thanks, my man. How's it going? We're playing some Higurashi, possibly about to learn some horrible truth from a detective in a neighboring town about our school friends. Things I didn't want to learn. Are my friends at school secretly man-eating demons? I don't fucking know, but it's not going to be a good time. It's not going to be a good time if it's true. Alright, we're not running from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Ueshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the Overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Mion being the leader of our group of friends? Oh boy. Multiple altercations. Ueshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? Yep, that's the one. They had a daughter. Oh boy. Is the daughter Reina? Satoko Hojo. Oh, it's Satoko. Oh. That would be our friend. Okay, it's Satoko, that gremlin, our friend. Okay. Satoko meaning Satoko? Yep. Ueshi-san's look told me my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year. I know who this is gonna be. This is gonna be our other friend. Oh no. Their daughter's Rika? Oh, fuck off. Our friends are all connected to the murders. Oh no. Their daughter is Rika, our other friend? That's right, her parents were she was the priest. She was like wearing the shrine maiden outfit and the priestess in the ritual or at the festival, so that makes sense. Okay. The housewife who died in the fourth year? You know already, don't you? It's Reina. It's gotta be right. It was the step-aunt of Satoko. Oh. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody as she lost both her parents in the accident. Oh, it's Satoko again. Okay. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one I could easily distance myself from, but clicking and clacking it had snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the fourth year. He was Satoko's older brother. Wait. It took everything I had to say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Oh no. Calm down, Keiichi, my heart. Please calm down. Ueshi-san was relentless. Oh no. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. All the victims are connected to your friends. Oh no. It has to be coincidence. Oh, there we go. We're in denial. My bar, keep it down. Everyone's looking. You know. Toko? Rika? What if they're connected? You're telling me all my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Reina's different, isn't she? Reina's not connected to the victims at all. Reina was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture until last year. It's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Oh no. She's also connected? How is she connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Wait, what? What? She took a stick and broke every window in the school? Reina did that? She broke all the windows at her school. This is like the nervous, demure kid. Although, to be fair, yesterday she was quite terrifying. With her ability to gather information and speak like she's fucking possessed. And also, going into your house. I'm still stuck on that. She came to your house while you're on the phone with the cop. Your dad lets her in. She goes up to your room and just eavesdrops for an hour and then leaves. Oh, that's super creepy. She broke all the windows of the school. That same silly Reina did that? I couldn't imagine that. Yeah, that's completely out of character. After her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to the neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. Dysautonomia. Okay, so she lost control of herself then? So she'd probably say it was dysautonomia when she was threatening you on your walk back home. Okay. I've heard it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Reina's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. Yeah, at this point we found out that all our friends are somehow associated with the murders. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Oh, fuck off! The local god of this place? No. It felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. Oh my god, how is this possible? She wasn't even living in the city. Why had Reina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? It seems the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost appearing in her house every night. Oh my fucking god, this is getting too creepy. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. Just imagine that. You're living in Tokyo or some shit. And every single fucking night, you're having dreams of this specter called Oyashiro. And you've literally never heard of it. And your parents are like, fuck it, we're getting you out of this house. This place is haunted. So you move to a random ass village out in the fucking boonies. And who is the local deity but Oyashiro? A specter of, a cursed specter. Are you serious? In Murder Village? Oh my god, that can't be a coincidence. My mind froze. Yeah, I'd be fucking terrified too, damn. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. That's right. She's not an outsider. What? According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. Reina moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went blank. Okay. Well, it's similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. Okay, so they are related to the village. It's not like he's dragging people from across the country in. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. My bar, are you okay? Shall we stop? The words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Reina. How about the last victim, Tomitake? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. Oh boy. All of them. Have you forgotten, my Bara? He's friends with all of the children. Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. It's true. Now there's nothing I could respond with. You're all friends with him. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. Now, remember, he did take a plank to defend himself. We lost. I mean, in case anyone hasn't heard this, at the festival, our friend, this male photographer guy that visits the village every once in a while, got murdered. We hung out with him, and after parting ways with him, we lost track of all of our friends. And then the next day, we found out that he'd been fucking murdered. He had a weapon, he had a board with a nail on it that he'd grabbed or some shit, but he hadn't hit anybody with it. Like, he'd apparently been swinging it, but fucking hadn't hit anyone, so it's like... So, the thing they're trying to hint at is that, maybe your school friends fucking murdered him. You're 14, 15-year-old school child friends murdered him or some shit. I can see that. He's you probably don't want to beat children to death with a board. That's a stick. That's gonna look really bad if you're a 20 or 30-year-old guy beating children to death or seriously injuring them. That's gonna look really bad. That and them being your friends, you probably have a lot of hesitation, right? You'd probably hesitate. If the kids don't hesitate, you might die. It's probably easier if they're randoms you don't know, honestly. We should get going. My bar, did you take your afternoon medicine? I completely forgot about the medicine I'd gotten today until Uishi-san said that. I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. The big jolt was from the difference in elevation on the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain I'd heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Yeah, really just blurted it out. I didn't even expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop? Oh, not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well Uishi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents, but why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. It's a good question. Why is there a cop or someone who's pretending to be a cop or detective? Maybe he's just a private investigator. But, he does give us the police department's number to contact him, so he's probably a detective. Why is he directly, interacting with us this much? I think it's because the village isn't giving him jack shit, and he's I need to find someone who can get me information. Even if they suck. That might be his reasoning. Everything Uishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, know? By chance, if there was a reason for Uishi-san to reach out to me, it would have to be that I look suspicious as I'm part of Mion's circle? I'm retiring this year. Oh no, he's retiring. I plan on moving away after retiring, as my grandma wants. So, while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. Oh no, the death flag. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away. Oh no. Is he gonna be the next victim? The next victim's in a year, right? He might be safe. He might be safe if he retires before the festival, which was 2 days ago, so. He might be alright. Actually, I think it's longer than 2 days ago because it said few days, but still. So, Uishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Uishi-san didn't give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing consideration for my feelings. He's suspecting all of your student friends. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on the job. Maibara, you're the one in danger. But I wanted to reply with that was absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself. Dude, we literally couldn't sleep last night because we were so terrified of Reina. We literally couldn't sleep. And he's it's not just that you're saying it's absurd. It's your character kind of believes it. That's why he's feeling like garbage today. He literally, couldn't go to bed. He was, endlessly checking to see if she was, if his own fucking friend was, standing outside his room like a fucking Like that creepy specter, or you're like, sleep paralysis demon. Okay. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at Onikakushi next year. Though I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Onikakushi, I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure I'm facing. Pressure? From what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? Yeah. No reason to be terrified of Reina. She just casually walked around town with an axe on 2 separate occasions. Now, she had a legitimate reason for that, but I mean, running around town with an unsheathed axe is a little bit nerve-wracking. After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. We're back to the cicadas. I won't mind if you forget everything I told you today, but I'm still gonna keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's courage this year. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maibara. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. Yeah, I feel a bit worried too. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. The problem is, if you want to suggest anything supernatural, you need proof, and it's pretty hard to prove that the people are all several people are, disguised man-eating demons, so they might just be psychopaths. Or, they might be possessed. Either way, proving supernatural shit's gonna be really fucking hard in real life, right? Insanely difficult. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. Hey, a lifesaver's better than nothing, but hey. It was the first time I thought Ueshi-san was being unfair. Yeah, he's not staying the night in the village, and I wouldn't either if I had a choice. Telling me I was going to be the next victim and then saying to contact him if something happened. To be fair, he's not thinking there's going to be a murder until next year. So he's thinking you have 11 and a half months before you're actually in danger. And if that's how much time you have, I wouldn't honestly worry too much either, right? You don't need to give someone a fucking police bodyguard if it's 11 and a half months before they need protection. This wasn't a criminal investigation, he was fishing. And I was the bait dangling off the line. Probably. Would the fish be the perpetrator, or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. I don't want to die. Man. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Ooh, leaky air conditioner. Bummer. That's gotta be expensive. That means they gotta replace the fluids and spend $200 to $500 every couple months or every season on the AC. That sucks. I wondered how much time had passed since I lay down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. Yeah, if we thought we were going to be feeling better today because of the time distance between creepy shit, thanks Ueshi-san. We're not feeling any better. And I'm also having a drink. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. And at that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. She was quite the worrywart. Maybe she'd called many times, I just didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello. This is Mion. How you doing? Oh, is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi's resting now, but... shall I put him on? Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Wait, Keiichi. Wait, we gave them the runaround. Nice job. We pretended to be our own dad. Nice. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her, even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved you seem well. I mean, all our friends disappeared at the time of the murder. None of them have an alibi, and we certainly can't ask them for one. That'd be way too suspicious. I'm relieved you seem well. Reina was really worried, you know? Stoker-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika said, how unfortunate, he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal of it. Oh, you know, it's okay, Chan. It's not a bad time to come pay you a visit. A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them. So, I'll bring you some. Thanks, Mio. Hey, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, Reina and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See ya. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Reina's coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Reina. I guess if she was with Mion. Dude. I don't know about you, but I'd kind of be like, I'm really not feeling it. Can we do it tomorrow or some shit? Like, our parents are out of town. I mean, you're still not getting murdered, but it'd still be... I feel like your character would be able to act more comfortably if there were like two adults there to protect you, or at least in the same building, rather than being by yourself. If you're worried about them, I'm surprised he's just like letting them come over, but whatever. Our character seems to be really scared of Reina, so having an adult in the building would probably help, like one of your parents, would make you feel better. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. Oh, that's a new picture. Damn, we have like a lot of boxes. Alright. How you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Goodness, you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who was recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. Uh-huh. Worried, right. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it seems like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen. Here, Keiichi-kun. These are mochi. Nichan's grandma made. Reina held out the package wrapped in the newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Thanks, my regards to your grandma, Mion. Delicious mochi, and bonus. It's free. Love it. There's one I made in there as well. Wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There's letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Yes, you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Wait, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Hey, Chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess, saved by the absolute piles of garbage your parents leave in the entryway. Alright. You're right, let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan. Yep. What did you eat for lunch? Note that the eyes of Mion are completely different now. Oh boy. The sudden question startled me and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I'd never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't care about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected I was with Uishi-san. Anyway, I felt if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to my efforts, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate it for lunch, Keiichi-kun. The glimmer from Reina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew that's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew I'd eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There's no way they could have known where I was.
Seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? The package the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. You gotta be honest, this is a little bit unnerving. They were both at school, and they somehow know who you were with and where you were when you were out of town. I could tell the blood drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh, Keiichi, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything? How do you know? Why would you say that? Even if they know, feign ignorance. Feign ignorance, my man. Feign ignorance. Play dumb. It took everything I had to force those words from my throat. Play dumb. Play like you're not on the opposing side. Yeah, that's right. He needs a bonk. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking... We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Reina. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up, even though nobody asked about that? You know what? That is pretty strange. Why are you talking about that? Probably because they're unnerving you. Hmm? Reina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. Damn right you did. Everything you said was bad. From start to finish. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like it was going to explode. Whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about closed, it opened again slowly with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. A single eye peered through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Keiichi. Yeah, I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off in the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Another encounter with our friends, shall we say. Well, I wouldn't want to show up at school either. Damn. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. I am very surprised. Very surprised that he said it was okay for them to come over. That was the stupidest thing he did. Even dumber than him saying exactly what Ueshi and him talked about. Absolutely the dumbest thing he could have done was let them come over. They knew what Ueshi and I talked about? What? Why? How? No, that's not important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Ueshi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. What were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with him about one thing, and they were warning me that was unnecessary. What was it that Ueshi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving the curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but they were connected as a whole, as well as the fact there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. More precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious. Is that what they're warning me against? On the nonsense am I thinking? Dude, I don't know about you, but my Sasso meter would be at like fucking 15 on those people. Not 10, not 9, 15! Like, if we were playing Among Us and someone was like, who are we throwing off the boat? I'm like, fuck it, just axe one of them, I don't care who. It's like, the level of sus they are is so fucking high that it's like there's no way, there's like almost no way they could convince you that they're not like the killers at this point, I swear. Or at least not like involved directly with the murders. I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. I don't know if they got picked. Yeah, they probably got picked up. Alright. If only that would make me wake up from this nightmare. For some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi. Calm down, Keiichi. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down, sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Uishi-san was probably because someone from Hinamizawa probably happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion I was there. That made the most sense. In fact, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were curious, because I was with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had ulterior motives. That's it. It has to be it. This guy is so bad. He should be sharing literally he should be sharing this creepy fucking shit with, like, the detective. This is actually kind of relevant if you want to, like, suggest they're involved, but he's not sharing this shit. Thinking about it that way, it's the same with Reina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about it when I met with Uishi-san, and Reina was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild manner Reina. I was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it, yeah. They're not man-eating demons. They're not strangely zombie-like and terrifying you. The light isn't going out in their eyes. It's just your perceptions, yeah. It felt like my mind was mixed up by a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. He's literally saying it was. He's saying it was just like, oops, my spaghetti. they're like we can't just put the spaghetti meme here, so we need to write something. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Reina was kind and always looked after me. Dude, I think he's trying to convince himself. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was pretty cute. Mion's also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Uishi and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Uishi-san that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Uishi-san told me that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... You're uncovered an uncomfortable truth, and now you want to bury it? I think it's too late for that, my friend. We're back to denial. That's right. Or is this bargaining? That's why they... Wait, okay, so this is not going to be murdered or killed. Is this fucked? That's, like, that doesn't make sense either. I'm just going to go with killed Tomitake-san. That impudent outsiders. I mean, killed? Why would you censor killed when they said he got murdered? Is kill wrong, but murder fine? That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everyone went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They'll probably take Oishi-san as well. Like, they're using stars. I don't know what verb they want me to use here. They're using stars for their verbs. They're like, they're probably XXXX Oishi-san. I'm like, they already talked about people being murdered. I'm not sure what they're trying to censor. We're trying to unearth what everyone was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. We're in some hardcore denial. Of course a guy like that's gonna be killed. Yeah, he's fucked, I guess. Whatever. But Tomitake and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They're entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Yushiro-sama's curse and just die. Okay, now it's 3 letters. It's die, right? They should just fall to the curse and die? Right? It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault, I swear it wasn't their fault. I settled into a daze, a lethargic feeling like I'd just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I'd completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. That reminds me, I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Reina made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That's something else. Oof. Good night. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh. This is quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Reina made one. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Reina's had to be different from hers, right? Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So, well, that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this is Reina's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remembered correctly. They meant 4 of these were from that large batch. What about Reina? She probably only knew one. Hey, how's it going? She probably only made one. She might have made 4, though. What if it was 4? She probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Reina made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it might have been a trap. Mion later, she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion made it, but since she said Reina made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champion, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion, but, well, first, a bite. This was a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different, though, was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. The deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Reina the challenger, but the size you couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Reina's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there's something hidden inside that would cause an upset? It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. How big are these mochi? How big are mochi? Cause like I don't know if I like found something and it was like smaller than mouse sized and not presumably not a fucking knife, I'd probably just eat around it. Or use my tongue to grab it. Just like, alright. Do we reach in and grab it? What? What was this? Oh, I do not like high-pitched noise like this. That's not good. What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter, and then after sticking out for a moment, it slid to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What the fuck was I doing? Rana went out of her way to make it for me? How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked at the hand that performed a vile act and remembered what I'd taken out of my mouth. At first, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rana's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll on my tongue. There's a bit of metallic sheen on one end, and there's a hole for where the thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Right. It looked very much like a sewing needle, exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. What did I mean look very much just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my throat and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands after my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was able to hold back the nausea somehow. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered exactly what was mixed with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat, plop, flort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometric patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed to the hall and flew upstairs to my room where I stayed under my covers till morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What the fuck happened in Hinamizawa? Okay, this is where you call the detective and you're like, my friends gave me mochi filled with fucking sewing needles. Like, my friends are like, they're on to me, man. Like, he hasn't told the detective shit. They're just making shit. Like, his life's gonna be fucking hell, though. What's happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where should I break a taboo? Regardless. Now Reina, Mion, and the others, they consider me the enemy. And they thought I should die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. This is how I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. See, I'm surprised he accepted the mochi, but like, you know, whatever. This isn't the most unrealistic thing. I was actually kind of thinking that the mochi, that like his parents would show up after they gave him the mochi and they'd be like, we're just giving mochi to him or some shit. What's a medicine that makes you commit suicide and threat? Alright. Let's look at some new tips. That was a moderately disturbing chapter. A moderately disturbing chapter. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly? Something that puts you in a suicidal mental state, like that? It's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder? I believe some people are likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar is characterized by passive depressed states accompanied by very active manic states. Thank you for an accurate assessment of what these two issues are. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are often quite pessimistic. Rarely do they commit suicide. They don't have the willpower to kill themselves. Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. It has the opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they don't commit suicide. Interesting. Neither state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might. There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they don't have the willpower for such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide. That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. Was Tomitake bipolar? People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means. Like, say, hanging or jumping off a building. Self-harm is, though going through withdrawal, is completely different. Tomitake's death wasn't civilized. One would think it was caused by a foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me a drug that causes someone to kill themselves. There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition similar to the bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities? All I can think of is an illness. Oh boy. Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid, is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar, but it has many characteristics of its own, and they exhibited none of them. I wonder, is there something that could happen more spontaneously? If it's the case that would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden? Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, a condition where the brain's out of whack due to physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors. Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state. Yes, of course. The deceased was surrounded after being chased and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry. He could have hit his head and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. That seems so hilariously unlikely. It's more likely he'd just die, right? Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Alright, basically he knocked his noggin in the brawl and made him go haywire. Then his lady didn't have any intent to kill, just smacked him in a bad place when he nicked some change? The two plump men laughed hoarsely. Of course, it's not like that. Undoubtedly. If it was habitual drug use, if it was something mental, the deceased's body holds the key. How are things on your end? My goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma's gonna be angry with me. Kuma, the bear? Bear-chan? Good luck. Best wishes. Okay, so the answer is we don't have anything. That was like a whole lot of nothing. Threat. So it's gonna be interesting waking up in the morning. It's gonna be really interesting waking up in the morning. Our parents are like, why the fuck is there mochi on the wall? Why are there motherfucking needles in this shit? Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. It's a prefectural assembly member and city councilor Sonozaki. Interesting. Prefecture assembly members and city councilor are related. That's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections. While one's up for election, the other holds an assembly and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. I'm not suited for the intelligence division. Because I'm dumb. There is prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. The mayor, also the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involved with the Sonozaki family. What shit? What crap? Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief. It came to me. That night, when the chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it. Wait, so all three of those are Sonozakis. They're all related to Mion? They're all related to the village? This conspiracy might be fucking deep. Holy shit. How deep is this? How deep is the rabbit hole going? So, you have a lot of connections. You might have heard something. Did you? Nope. Not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. A counselor barked at me and the police chief said, "Oh my, is that so?" Ma'am, we'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at them. They're like Yakuza. A petition with your name carrying up regarding the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Oh? Goodness me. I'm not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa. Aren't you? I already got my hands full with Tomitake's death, actually. Really? If that's true, there's no problem. There's a period of silence. So, let's think about this. In league, village councilman, Sonozaki, city councilman, the local city councilman, the village elder of Hinamizawa, and the prefectural representative. They're all Sonozakis. Damn, alright. And they're putting pressure on the police to drop all cases related to the murders. Okay. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Damn. The rabbit hole, it just keeps going deeper, man. Now we got representatives on federal government bodies. Damn. That was quite the feast. This month's been a bunch of losses for me. My wallet's been feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. It's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. Haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! I'm going by train. The police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already go. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver and the police chief's address. See you tomorrow. Happy New Year. Oishi-san. Yeah. The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move to Hokkaido with your mom? My mom pines to return to the land of her birth. It's the least I could do. And the pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Tsushikino. Okay. The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says. A public servant's pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you get a raise right before retirement, you get your bonus, 2 years' salary would be inflated. And you'd get a heavy surplus of funds. It tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not a custom that's thought of highly. The difference between the bonus and pension is quite a bit. I'd expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief, but well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work, but in the end, it's really just has to do with the passage of time. It's not something I can laugh at, but I'll laugh through it. I don't think it's anything exemplary. Given how hard you've worked, it's not odd you're getting that much attention. Is this them trying to buy him off now, or am I being too paranoid? They're like, buy him off if you have to, offer him a big raise when he retires. So, presumably he stops investigating when he retires, right? Not you're getting that much of a pension. I'd like to get that much myself. If I can get it, of course I'd want it. You'll get it. You're an adult, after all. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thanks so much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. Looked like the chief still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. Cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Haha. Oh, man. I wonder if I really can repay that loan. Just some casual threats. No big deal. No big deal. We'll be fine. Okay? We're gonna be fine. We're going to school. We're gonna have friends. We're gonna have fun with our friends. They definitely aren't threatening us, and they definitely don't control the local government. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whoever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, that... I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Keiichi. Yeah, he's not having a good time with his paralysis demon. Keiichi, what's the matter? Sorry, I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday I must have fallen asleep right after that. I should have gotten a full 10 hours rest, but it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance was off. I felt feverish enough it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. You don't have a choice, buddy. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? What if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, there was other, more certain ways to do it. This is just to scare you. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Reina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? Next time we'll use a more assured method, like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine's off. Come on, get up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I mean, to be fair, he's mostly just like terrified of going to school rather than actually sick. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, wash your face. Breakfast is ready. There isn't much time before Reina comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. And Mom didn't question me further. Okay, why the fuck would you not say, my friends gave me mochi with fucking sewing needles in it? Like, what would that not be like the most obvious thing to say? It's like, yeah, I threw them at the wall because I was like, holy fuck, are these all gonna kill someone? Like, I wasn't having a good time. It's like my friends tried to seriously injure me as a joke. If nothing else, you could say my friends are actually bullying me to the. You could say my friends are actually fucking bullying me, and that's why I don't want to go to school. But you know, you could like stretch. That's not stretching the truth, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's not just like a meme you throw at someone. Like that could seriously injure you. I also know now why he used his fingers to get the needle out. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion says she left yesterday. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Dude, I'm still lost as to why he decided that it would be a good idea after receiving threats from someone to not show up to school and think they wouldn't continue to threaten him. Taking it a bit further, it's the same as her saying I should go on living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. For example, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to something Uishi-san said, like enticing me with something unusual. I think I'll pass on all mochi offers from now on. Meaning, if I didn't wash my mouth or did anything differently from the normal, in effect, it would end up flagging me as someone who's unwanted. And it seems that's something the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery up until yesterday would, almost creepily, just fade away. It's an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living like normal. There's no way it's such a selfish thing. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had friends at heart. He was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion gave me another chance. She was saying if I forgot everything and kept living like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food's gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Reina will be here if you don't hurry. Coming. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Reina. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened during the past 2 days. Forget it and return to my normal life. I would comment that our character's like bitching out, but I think he's probably not going to do it in the end anyway, so I don't think it's worth commenting that he's like chickening out. And it's probably something, it's fair to say that someone who's like 14 or even in like their 20s would be like a little bit unnerved. Like, even if you're an adult, you're probably a little bit unnerved by the events, right? If they happen to you. For this to be normal, I have to be where I normally meet with Reina. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled Reina's arrival. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Reina's already here. Hurry. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Reina, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Reina on the other side, was it the Reina I knew? They're the same person, one's just putting up an act. I couldn't keep her waiting, I needed to do things as usual. Morning. An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi was a bit late. Will he be okay today? I wonder. The manner in which Reina was concerned was, without a doubt, the Reina I knew. That was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing happened. Forget the gruesome dismemberment. Forget the mysterious death that happened the following years. Forget the people falling to their death, the terminal illness, the suicide, the lynching, the disappearances. Forget all of it. Forget Reina and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Reina once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great. Let's go. Mi-chan's waiting. Reina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. You know, suddenly I'm very grateful that I usually walk to school by myself. When I walk to school, I walk by myself. I'd rather not have to walk with these people. But you see, Satoko was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Reina talked about a lot of different stuff. More so than usual. Trying to force some comfort back into their lives. After making threats on people's life. And then? Satoko's so clumsy. She failed no matter how many times she tried. She was so cute. Everything Reina talked about was just silly nonsense, so I replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. Better than ominous threats. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Reina-chan, aren't you a bit late today? Mion said she was going on ahead. Did Mion look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi. We smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, as they turned back towards me and stuck out a tongue. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi smiled. What? Reina stopped and stared at me. I was thinking you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi, but now you seem fine. Fine! With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi. How can you still doubt Reina after she shows you a smile like that? Are people really so weak really so weak for a smile? They'll go from this person just threatened to murder me to being, how can they doubt someone after she smiles at you? Damn, dude. This must be what it's like to be a huge fucking simp for someone. Like, they literally threatened to murder you, and you're just like, how could I ever doubt them? How could I ever think they were threatening me when they honestly like that? I had a high fever up until the day, and I imagined, maybe I had a high fever. I imagined everything I thought happened, because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing I'd wish for. I'd want what happened in the last few days, more specifically from the night of the Onikakushi up until tonight. I want it all to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for this these past few days. As long as Reina kept smiling like this, I think it might become a reality. I just want Reina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi. Those mochi, did you eat them all? That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual, her eyes as gentle as usual. Those mochi? Yesterday? Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Reina was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi? I was reluctant to give an answer. Reina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi. Reina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to respond in my usual way, naturally, of course. Thanks, but I don't appreciate needles in my fucking mochi. Both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. De? Reina playfully mimicked what I said when I was finally squeaked something out. Reina's reaction was still normal. It seems there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Reina's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I'd replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Reina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. So, did you eat all of them, I wonder? I wonder. My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Huh? What about the homework to see if you can tell which one Reina made? Play dumb and say you didn't try them. Oh, that homework? Was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Keiichi will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reina. Lies. I recalled that unexpected piercing voice I could hardly believe came from Reina's mouth. The moment the image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil possessed Reina? Oh, that's wrong. That was still Reina. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? He looked into her. Before she moved to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. She went through her school building, breaking all the windows. Reina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, the fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows in the entire school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway? Smash, walk, wind up. Smash, walk, wind up. Just imagine spending like 2 hours smashing windows. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Reina smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible. It was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Reina treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Reina's classmates going pale as they forget to breathe. I wondered what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows on her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Did they jump at her trying to stop her savagery? Did they run to the staff room after being directed there by the teachers? Probably none. None of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Reina busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Reina to continue. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. Not to say they were looking the other way, they were doing the only thing they could to protect themselves. If they'd done anything differently from the rest, they might have suddenly found themselves as Reina's new target. What would Reina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Reina staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Oh. Every time I click, the bat swings again. Then Reina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Reina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Someone save me, turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there'd be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut. Some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Ueshi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversation he had with Reina. It shows up. And quite a bit of that. What? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then as she was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy conversation. What Reina did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed? Until now, I didn't want to believe in the curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some conspiracy. Every time I talked with Ueshi-san, I was more certain the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. I refused to believe the curse is real. Then I'd have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. How? For what reason? Was Reina? Was everybody? It was more painful and troublesome than accepting it was just Oyashiro's curse. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. Oh boy, just what we wanted. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's just how it was. There wasn't a second side to Reina. She did that. Because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro. It wasn't Reina's fault. He's the one to blame. I knew. It's all backwards. Refusing to believe there's a curse. I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? The curse existing? Or that the rest of them are involved in the string of murders? I didn't want to think about it. If I didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I just wanted to believe that. He's deluded. He's deluded. But that was no longer possible. I received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of my opponent being a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all. Keiichi, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Reina's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. At least we didn't have to talk to Reina and listen to thinly veiled threats endlessly. That was nice. I'm gonna keep avoiding people's offer of mochi for the next while. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Isn't this bargaining? This is bargaining, right? Is this bargaining? Or are we still in denial? As I slid open the door, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went in my eyes, introducing a brief moment of agony. Oh, how befitting for the truant Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Reina. Good morning, Satoko and Rika. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I walked by silently. What's this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay? Suddenly, there was a slap on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Hey, Kei-san, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday? Yeah, good morning. What's with that energetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? Because I ate them. I'm like this. I mean, those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. What about the homework? Did you have an answer for which was Reina's? I can't believe you forget your homework, Keiichi. Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Flashing a lurid smile, she returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss, but of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi, no one would suspect them, and that fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Yeah, let's go for the dull, ordinary, and not the having everyone around us threaten to murder us, except for the police officer who we won't tell shit to because we're a visual novel protagonist and we don't tell anyone anything. We keep all our thoughts to ourselves until disaster occurs, and then we ask for help sometimes. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. Second of all, I should definitely not tell anyone about how dangerous the situation I'm in is, and how I've gotten not just one, but like two very obvious death threats. I'm not going to tell anyone though. That would be silly. Telling people who I'm at risk from is definitely a silly thing to do. I'd fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Uishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. Calling it a warning, my habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and get erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected, I felt I had to cover for them. Yeah, you're covering for them super hardcore. Considering you just recently met them, it's a little bit surprising how hard you're simping for them, but you know. Maybe he just really likes Reina. With all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it seem like an elaborate hoax. That's what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? I thought doubting your friends is what you wanted to... Believing your friends is what you want to do. Doubting them is what you should do. My life was in danger. Or, was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points are something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. Yeah, like when the first threat came your way, dude? Really, Reina and the rest of them? Were they actually aiming to kill me? They're not kind to kill you this year. They're gonna kill you in 11 months, you dumbass. The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. I mean, they're most likely to kill you in 11 months. You can probably act fairly safely. Be a little bit bold, and then, like... Be a little bit bold, I think. Are you an idiot, Keiichi? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle was an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into Mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Reina and Mion acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was a kind of misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't suspicious, it was ludicrous. Reina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me what I had for lunch. Reina was standing outside our door, eavesdropping for an hour, though. She's probably just waiting for my phone call to end. An hour outside your room? And then going home without saying anything? You heard from Uishi-san, right? About what Reina did at her former school? At the hospital, she said it was Yoshiro's fault. He said this part out loud. He fucked up. Cut it out, Keiichi. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say it so directly left me dumbfounded for moments. Afterward, I had to look around to check if anyone else heard it. My soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rain and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. Unlikely. You have 11 months. I don't think he's gonna die. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life, and a complete dumbass. Don't forget the dumbass part. The amount of shit he's randomly blurted out that he shouldn't have is unbelievable. This is the kind of guy where if you tell him something and say, don't tell anyone, if someone's like, hey, what were you talking about? He instantly blurts it out. He's like, we definitely weren't talking about blah, 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 blah. And you're like, really? Really? I'm surprised he's okay with you sharing that. And you're like, oh, well. You think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I'd been happily laughing with until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't understand how dangerous Rain and the rest of them were. I wasn't trying to understand. I mean, you aren't trying to understand and you're not trying to prepare yourself, so... You're just like, they could have the strength of regular-ass school children, and you could totally be able to beat them up yourself, but your character's paralyzed by so much fear that, like, if they attacked him, he'd probably just let them beat him to death. Like, you know, in his own dream, where he let her beat him to death with a bat. I was too soft for not listening to Uishi, when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. And you didn't ask any relevant questions. You asked a couple okay questions, but you didn't provide any useful information that you had. Like, you know, the part where your friends were already threatening you. That would have been nice for him to know, because Oishi is working on his own in the fucking black, trying to find everything out, and you're just like, I don't have anything. I got murdered. It's like, I don't have anything. Like, literal murder attempts, literal, like, death threats, and he's like, yeah, nothing weird happening in town. More death threats. Nothing weird, Oishi-san. This place seems okay. More death threats. Like, people acting weird, and you're just like, this place is okay, Oishi-san. Come on and visit if you want. Like, are you fucking serious, bro? Come on. Plot-induced stupidity. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, and nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made the resolution, I heard the bell signal the end of class. Thank goodness every class is study hall in this classroom. So soon. The day was already over? I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would have probably happily jumped into that circle. My, Keiichi. How rude of you to think about leaving. The way Satoko thought was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt. Keiichi, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were going to win big together. Seeing Reina's expression, which said she was looking forward to today, was hard to take. Keiichi, maybe you wish he's just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me? Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi? Yeah, was Reina really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was one or not, I just wanted someone to say it. Another weak-willed thought. How did I become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that's how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder? No, it's fine, sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play the deduction game from before too. Keiichi doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch. How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everyone. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maibara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They're plotting something dubious, watching my every move, but I couldn't hate them. Weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, and another part lamented the fact I lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my consciousness was being ripped out of my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama. I was wrong for not believing that curse. But I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg of you, come on. Dinner was unusually bland. He's mentioned that like 2 or 3 times now. He said the breakfast was unusually bland as well. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. I think if you're like depressed, your sense of taste goes down, right? If you're depressed, your sense of taste and smell are muted. That makes sense. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. He never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump. Yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? It's so hard to agree on things. Why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business... I wasn't able to pick out much of my parents' conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered to the same thought processes I had going all day long. Friends close to me, no... ex-friends. I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted and could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in this currently hopeless situation. You mean like the detective that you refused to do anything with? I put down my chopsticks and looked at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there's not a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. They meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened until now, would they understand? Reina, for example, that neighborly Reina, so diligent in looking after me, came to me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anyone to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they do? Unless they uncover the truth, they can't protect me. And by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'm putting them in danger as well. Considering the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger? The most unsettling question was, how did they know I knew? As long as they didn't know my parents might not fall victim, that was one way to think about it, I guess. Don't tell them and they don't die. At least it's like that in my case, right? After I found out, things got odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents don't know, nothing happens to them. As long as my parents were here, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these assumptions were just based on conjecture on top of conjecture, but wanting this house to be a safe haven was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede it was not completely safe. I was only safer than outside. I knew I couldn't rely on my parents, and I couldn't rely on them getting involved. Couldn't risk it. The only person who would be my ally would be Uishi-san. Him and him alone. The only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care about my safety, but he was that passionate about solving the case. It's a bit frustrating. Yeah, I can see that. He was basically the whole reason I'm in this mess, and now to get out of it, I have to rely on him. It's all going according to his designs. It's just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. And when the fish start gathering around, Uishi-san would pull up the big haul. It's slightly infuriating, but even I thought it was the best course of action. So what should I do? Patience is the first rule of fishing. Keep waiting until the right fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Uishi-san. Not to mention, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring him in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. If I phoned him in my moment of need, I'd need about 30 minutes for him to reach me. So I need to run for 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd have to hide there until Uishi-san arrived. I can almost see it now. I was still being chased in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I'd never have imagined this could be so reassuring. Right. It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for if things got rough. Pocket knife, man. Pocket knife. Typically that would call for a switchblade. That's not too reassuring for combat. And since it's recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. But the nice thing about a knife, my friend, is that knives can be concealed in your pockets. When the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I'd be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. One more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that happened as a sort of journal. In the case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Time to write the journal that someone's going to get a look at some point. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. Your diary will get stolen. So I should only write down the facts. How do I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came.
It's a good way to process your thoughts, if nothing else. Even if this isn't useful, it'll help him. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear for my life. Damn, that's one way to start your journal. That's certainly a gripping hook, right? Like, you start a novel with I, what's my insert character name, am in fear for my life. That's a good hook, right? Like, a good hook for, like, a short story or novel. Get you right into the action. And you're like, why is this guy afraid of his life? Afraid for his life. Like, what's going on that's making him think he's in danger? It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed I'd be in the same type of situation where I'd write it myself. I don't know why they're after my life. Ray and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Damn, this guy's going to be an excellent mystery author when he grows up. Would the police be able to get past the hint from reading this enigmatic message? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know, it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Is that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there is the chance they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure, there was the risk nobody would find it at all. In the end, I took the clock off my wall and stuck my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back to its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I need to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. Okay, this is what you do. You tell the detective if anything bad happens to me, clock behind the wall. Behind the clock in my room. Just check it out. My parents were talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. He's like, I gotta tell you guys something. It's like, is he coming out of the closet? No? Oh, okay. It's gotta be serious. He has a girlfriend? What has he got going on? What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? Hey, this is what you say. You tell them. It's not urgent. Can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine, but in any case, I stayed to my request. In case, okay? If I die, both my parents' eyes went wide as saucers. Oh my god, this is the worst way to say things. You're supposed to say, like... Oh my goodness. Why is he... I swear, I'm terrible with words, but I swear. Visual novel protagonists make me feel so much better sometimes. It's like, oh my god. This character is so inept with words, but he's the protagonist, and he's gonna succeed against such terrible odds. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, they'd probably find it. On memoir. What? Their eyes remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made the clock in shop class, and I really like it, so please. Wait, what? What's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? Mom was finally asking me the question. She goes, this is not the right way to say things, Keiichi. It didn't even take me like 2 seconds. Like, you just tell the detective, check behind the wall. Check behind the clock. Okay? That's all you tell him. Okay? Detective, check behind the clock. Done. Easy. 2 seconds. Done. Literally 0 effort to get to lay that. The detective is like, it's like if you can't get a hold of me for whatever reason and like you need the information, like Keiichi's sounding cringe. Oh my god, yeah, he is sounding so cringe and so dumb. Like if you were someone's parents and they said this, you'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, sir, son, sure. Of course, this is a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talks about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I wanted them to think about the clock in my room.
With the awkward. Okay, you know what's really easy to do? Is tell them you're keeping a journal and you'd rather them not look at it. Okay? That's what you do. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I have a journal, I'd rather people not look at it, blah blah blah. Like, that could be a statement. And you're like, I'm gonna keep it here, no one fucking touch it, and that's it. Like, that could be something. Like, you don't actually, because remember, he doesn't actually care if his parents read his journal or not, right? What he wants them to know is that they need to check that if something happens to him. So they need to be aware that it could be something he's recording his thoughts in. I think the right response would be like, hey, I'm keeping a journal. I'd rather you guys not look at it. So, like, if you see that, just, keep it closed. Don't let anyone see, if you see it, just keep it closed. It's behind here. And then, if the detective comes looking, they say it's his journal. If the detective comes looking for it, then the detective will know, and they'll kind of understand why the detective wants to look at the book and why he's going there. And, like, why he's looking at the book, and they'll understand that it might be pertinent to some issues. And they'll also know, because people if someone generally comes up to you and says, like, hey, I'd rather people not look at this, they'll also know, like, not to show it to his friends or mention it, right? It's like, think of it this way. You're a sensible adult. You got your kid's journal. You said, no, don't look at it. One of his friends comes over, and they, like, go for the book, and they're like, hey, he'd rather you not do this. Please don't do this. I think, like, as a parent, you'd probably consider yourself, like, you'd probably consider it a reasonable thing to do, to be like, hey, they'd prefer you didn't do that, so you'd probably, like, stop his friends from accessing the journal directly. Now, obviously, if they go to his room and take it while they're not looking, like, there's not much they can do, but at least then they know he didn't want them looking at it. Because, like, maybe he's got a crush on Reina that he hasn't admitted to or some shit, and he'd really rather she not read it. So, like, you as a parent can conceive of that, right? Like, you as a person can conceive of someone having private thoughts in this journal that they don't want their peers knowing. So you could probably consider, like, oh yeah, well, I guess they're my kid, I'm under some obligation to work with them, and hey, they'd rather you not do that. Oh, I'm not going to let you do that, right? That might be something they do, right? And that's like one way to not only get them to find your, like, last message, but also a way for them to protect your message, for them to protect it for you, right? It seems like a sensible thing, because again, he doesn't actually have, like, super private thoughts in the journals. Like, if they're like, man, he's up to some weird shit, and they go snooping in his journal, he doesn't actually give a shit. He doesn't actually give that much of a shit. He doesn't really want them looking in the first place. Well, he's like, fine, but if he disappears, he doesn't give a shit if they look, right? Like, if he's disappeared, they don't care. He doesn't care if they look, and he doesn't care if they're, like, merely suspicious. Like, it's fine. I think it'd be better. I want to go to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. That was, like, the worst way to approach that. That sounds like super sus. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure the bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reina. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. Again, I think my solution was way better, because again, you don't actually care if your parents are snooping in your, like, the downside of telling your parents you're keeping a journal is that, like, or a diary, is that they might look at it when they want to know more about you when you'd rather they didn't. But this character actually doesn't give a shit if they look. He just wants them to know if something bad happens to look there. So doing it in the least sus way is probably the best way to do it. The fight that began was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. I don't know enough, they can't kill me. So I'm gonna go find out enough so that they can kill me. Good plan, buddy. Higurashi. New tips, not feeling so hot. Okay. You all tips. I'm dead. Okay, thank you, goodbye. Keiichi's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Me-chan, that's gross. What do you think? Don't know. Could be that Kei-chan. Maybe. I don't know. That day, Kei-chan was in the car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah, no mistake. That Keiichi, he probably fed him something fishy. He was so serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale. You see? You might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. You might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama? Oh no. What? What? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone's demoned away. No lie. Oh? Is that so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Uishi. Now that you mention it, it happened before Satoshi transferred out. Transferred? You're so sweet, Reina. So this time he's appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi's gonna be demoned away too? An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter. Is the old man sketchy? It seems like we've had one third-person perspective where he's getting pressure to stop by sketchy people, and then they're suggesting the opposite. They might be joking around though. End of chapter 10. I think we can do one more. I think we can do more. This is not a title you want to put down easily. It's not like one where you're like, hey, I'll do one chapter and stop. This is the first time I've ever awoken with such clarity. It was 5:59, moments before my alarm would go off. Oh god, who the fuck wakes up at 6? I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I'd made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. Then again, if your life's on the line, I guess I could get up at 6 o'clock if I was gonna fucking die. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch were ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. My Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. Didn't even toast them. Leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Reina and Mion on the way. From today onwards, I was going to school alone. I'll be fine for today. What will we do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Reina-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell her you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Reina I went ahead when she comes. Keiichi, wait. It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope they didn't get involved. So the easiest way to keep them from being involved is to act as suspiciously as possible. Alright. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Wait, he didn't go to school on his first day alone? Really? How did he make friends before school? Up until now, I'd always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met the same people at the same places, but today was different. I didn't meet the people I normally would, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Reina wasn't where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met with Mion. The lengths of the trees' shadows in the morning air, the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different morning than I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props it needed to deceive me. My, Keiichi-kun, you're early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called to me was someone we always passed by as we were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forget. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today. I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Raina and Mion? Are you by yourself today? Yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Raina was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep. A car horn blared it from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too damn close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me almost completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid position, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much more important. The car is coming your way. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, time itself had frozen. Okay, Dio, it's time to move. Oh, they even changed the color scheme. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van. So close I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause and I'd probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body towards the patio by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patio by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could do to avoid being unscathed. Rising from the patio, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Damn it. This is what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than the physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy patio and made my way back onto the road. It's a crime, goddammit. She'll track you down and sue you. Good luck. Like I was looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it became so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was definitely trying to suppress the dark clouds rolling up in me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I felt like there'd been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while now. That's right, as soon as I'd parted ways with the person taking a walk, I had the feeling the whole time. If it wanted to pass me, it had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought and kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. Man, we're gonna have to be fucking paranoid to survive this shit. And then when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline from nearly being run over subsided and the realization of how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt the van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling up. Dude, you have a detective on hand. Like, if you're like, hey, there's a guy in a brown van that literally just hit me. Like, literally just hit me and drove off. Like, I mean, he drove, hit me, and I fell into the fucking swamp. Like, the physical mirror hit me. Like, can you get an ID on all the, I don't know, the Subaru make vans? Fuck, they probably do. Like, give me an idea on all the brown Subarus in the fucking town. Like, can you run plates on brown Subarus in town? There's only 1,000 people. Like, how many people have a brown saber here? Probably not that many. You're down to like 10 of them. It's like, any details would be useful because he remembers that it's a van, right? Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. We can scroll back a second and find out. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Does it say color? Is it just a regular van? Da da. Let's see. Van, a hulking chassis. I just said it was a van. Alright. No color. So we only know it's a van. There's probably a decent number of people with vans. Probably like 300-400 people, I'd bet. Just in this town. Or let's see, if there's 1,000 people in the town, maybe okay, maybe like 200-300, but still. That's still a lot of people. Probably too many to narrow it down. But you can say, you can do something like ask if it's the van, and then like, he can check if, say, Sonozaki owns a van. That would be a good call, right? Be like, does any of them own a van? Just curious. I've been asking some questions around town and gotten some really disturbing remarks. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be naive. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy is really out to kill me, then next time they'll use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, I was being covered in mud. It was the price I had to pay for my own naivete. Covered in mud without injury, not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. Dude, just like walk like normal. I had suspected only Reina and the others up till now, but it was because I suspected them I believed there were no other enemies. Dude, that's supposed to be the whole fucking village, man. Uishi-san said so, didn't he? The possibility that all the families of the village were involved? Was I really mired so deeply in the situation I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safer just to hole up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying a thought. I recalled the tales Uishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy are numerous. They were all the village families. The villagers with their own unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was the curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? What I really wanted to know was, how did I end up with the fucking bullseye on my back? Eventually an answer in the form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that'll happen, because until then I can't die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. The burning desire for the truth will keep you going. Sounds good, Keiichi. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before anyone else arrived at school. I circled around the grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing I could bring into the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early, no one else was here yet. Which means you might be able to claim that you're ambushing Satoko. In fact, make a prank and prank her when she arrives. Because how does she get you so reliably? How does she have time to set up all these pranks for you so reliably? She knows what time you're arriving. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think they were slowly making their way into parts of my life I once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case would have been even more frightening. Anyway, I'll survive. As long as I live, I'll definitely be able to escape this labyrinth nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. Weapons in a classroom, it seems unlikely. There's no way there'd be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there's probably nothing I can do but swing my chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that came to be used for personal storage. The locker Mion used to store a pile of games is among them. There's one for each person in the class, all lined up. I mean, your locker could be used as storage for a weapon. Of course, there's one for me as well. Oh yeah, there's supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later, but first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, this would have to be my weapon. Sharpen the tip of your umbrella into a stake. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. Well worn and beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Well, time to close out the lockers. Among them, I can make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. Dude, like, why did you not just close the locker? What's with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had an incident. I'm gonna go change now. Cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? I think a lady staring at someone who is changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no change room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika's a lady as well, I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Shouting, now you're a lady. If I'm a lady, I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems Rika knows the bat. This is why I said, just like instantly close the locker. Why is he like, I'm gonna grab this baseball bat and put it in my own locker? Like, that doesn't make sense. Leave it there. Leave the fucking bat there and be like, I know whose locker I can get into for a bat if I need it. Don't need to touch it. I can watch the locker if I need to. But he's too dumb to do that, and he's like, I'm gonna take this bat. I'm gonna go into someone's personal locker and steal their stuff, and no one will notice that I took a bat. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, wow, someone's stuff's missing. Hey, Keiichi's here. Keiichi was here recently. Maybe he stole it. Let's check his locker. Oh, bat in his locker. Why are you stealing someone's bat? God. Yeah, just so you know, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd try to practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful. You're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I don't know whose bat it was, but I'd be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long until the storage show was open. After quickly changing to the tracksuit, I checked the time. I don't understand this guy's train of thought. Just leave the baseball bat there and check like once in a while before school or something. Make sure it's still there. Like, the important thing is that people don't know you have the weapon. If you're trying to get a weapon, you're not supposed to have people know you have a weapon, because if they know you have the weapon, they can take it. So dumb. I had plenty of time before class began. Like, it's like, okay, if everyone knows you're keeping like a gun on top of your desk, and like one day you close your eyes and fall asleep, and the gun's gonna fucking disappear if they're trying to murder you, or they'll watch for the gun. Like, you've made it obvious you have a bat, but like, You're leaving it in the locker, so it's gonna get stolen, and it could be someone else's. May not be, but it could be someone else's. In which case, they ask for it back, and you're just fucked because they're gonna lock their locker. Like, you screwed up, man. It took like literally 5 seconds to decide not to steal, but he stole. All he had to do is not do anything, and he'd be fine. He knows the bat's there. You say, "I'll get it when I need it," and you move on. All right, plenty of time before class began because you came early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. This is, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I'd always have a bat with me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight became even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I suddenly started swinging. I should at least start it with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I'm doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray the moment I use it, as the weapon would never come. Just carrying it could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Hey, Chad? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Keiichi, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Reina and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Keiichi? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Keiichi, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know, but I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles? Reina, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well, hope you make it to the regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Alright. Regionally speaking, it seems Oyashima High is pretty strong. They say their Southpaw Kameda-kun is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've made me out as some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and the catcher. I pitched the ball, run past that ball I just threw, changed over to being the catcher in a burst of super explosive speed. Yeah, it's going to be a one-man baseball team. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Yeah, one-man baseball team. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it. What am I laughing at? Now I'll just break the baseball bat. That's going well. Yep. I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveled through the bat, stinging my hands. If they make me smile like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they make me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Reina confesses to the doctor? Were they simply possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? That would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damn fool, Keiichi. Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the bat into the ground over and over. Why are you slamming the bat into the ground? You know, bats aren't indestructible. This can actually damage the bat. With every impact, my weakness was beaten down, and with every impact, the handle of the bat is breaking down too. You're not supposed to hit baseball bats into walls or the ground. Smashing baseball bats into concrete as hard as humanly possible over and over and over again is definitively a way to damage them. Smash, forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. Well, he can smash the ground, but he certainly can't react when people... Can't react normally when people give him thinly veiled threats. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring as I calmed down. So he swung once or twice and then smashed the baseball bat for like 30 minutes of lunch. Smash the bat on the ground. Is he the one who's insane? He's the one who's insane, right? I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it, as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Keiichi, come on. It's club time, club time. The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Keiichi, stop facing again. Bring your desk, bring your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together like usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You're planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded disappointed. I'm not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words spilled from my mouth, matching Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Sotoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess? Oh no! She's pulling the sexism card, and she's cute. Oh no. Can Keiichi withstand this? She said it in such a melancholic tone, it sent away. She's get pity points, sexism, and cute. Oh man. It's the triple whammy. She said it in such a melancholic tone it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing at the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurt by myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there at all, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. So how long does his obsession with security last, I wonder? Like a week, maybe 2? I think he lets his guard down. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. The footsteps matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like the car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? And it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was no one there to begin with. I wouldn't be fooled there. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Okay, this is why when you're going to do a trick like that where you like stop, you wait until it's like an open area or place where there's little room to hide suddenly instead of a forest. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without question proof I was their target. I held my breath waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had it been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe I might have suffocated. It seemed I'd be the first to panic. Without a doubt, he's lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat, raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing at any time. Hey! I know you're there. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them, but even still they didn't move. I'll go over there myself then. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Reyna? When she realized I found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. "Do you have some business with me?" I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. "Not really, it's just Reyna was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious she'd been following me. "What about the club?" "Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play." But I'm just worried about you." Thinking about how I'd been acting up till now, it wasn't hard to imagine my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Reyna was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like that to, try to tail me. She should have just called out to me when I was leaving and gone right with me. But Reyna didn't do that. She kept her distance and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. And then after she realized I noticed she was there, holding her breath as she tried hiding. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. Without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. Why is she just following you? She can literally just be like, "Yeah, I guess I'm going home too. Let's go, Kei-chan. Let's have ourselves a little talk." But she's not doing that. She's stalking you. It seems like a weird choice. Maybe they had some internal discussion before sending her. Still glaring at Reyna, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more, "Dude, just ignore her and walk home. I told you not to follow me." But my house is in the same direction." Yeah, I was going to say, that's going to be exactly what she says. "Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore." I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you." Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. Sorry. It seemed the seething anger with me was written all over me. To be fair, if she was if it was she was fucking trying to, if she was putting needles in the fucking food to try and threaten you, I wouldn't appreciate it either. It seems seething anger within me is written all over my face. Even without understanding anything, or me saying anything, Reyna understood what I was feeling inside. "You get it, then go." I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Reyna looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. "Go on, hurry." "I'm going. Please stop with the bat. It's scary." Reyna guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized I wasn't planning on using it for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. "Go. There's no problem, is there?" There was nothing else she could do to protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after barely moving at all. "Don't stop then." A powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. And the dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly the bat in my right, protecting the small opening it presented. But Reyna didn't try to attack during the opening. Attack? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. And at that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned of impending danger. I'd like to know all the audio's gone, the crickets are gone, the trees are gone. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had become invisible but concrete, like Reyna and I were locked in this space. She didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Reyna was first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I just witnessed her shift from Reyna into the other person who looked like Reyna. But the voice was one I knew well, filling me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Reyna squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Reina asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. Guys, this guy is like so dumb. But you didn't have one up till today. Why are you so suddenly? It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange I have a bat? Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I ended up getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange? Weird? Definitely. Why is Keiichi-kun also... Your ramblings are annoying me. Is that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch as if she'd been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. Even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Reina asked her final question. Why is that bat the same too? What? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Wait, what? Say it clearly. Even still, Reina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being... Upon hearing the name of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a second. Hold the phone. She said she'd never met Satoshi. How does she even know that the bat is Satoshi's? She said she never met Satoshi. Hello? Are we catching our first liar? Are we catching our first subtle lie? That tells us a clue? By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? It couldn't be. She said he transferred, but Oishi told me he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat until last year, believed to have been demoned away by Oishiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed in the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after, he suddenly vanished. I was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was his. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it. The way Reina said it made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering in a shrine, or memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi did when it happened to him? Whoa! You said you never met him! You said you had no clue who this guy was! You said he was gone before you came to the school. What are you talking about? How do you know anything about what Satoshi did when you denied knowing anything about him and said maybe he was a student who graduated before us? And I don't know anything because I just arrived here. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay. Interesting lies you're throwing out, Reina. I think we've caught you though, because my memory isn't that bad, and I remember like asking vaguely about the cards, right? And she denied knowing jack shit. Reina, you can't say I didn't know anything and then turn around and say why are you acting the same way Satoshi did before he disappeared? Also, you said he transferred out, and now you're saying something happened to him. You can't get both ways. You can't get it both ways. You can't deny knowing someone and then claim you know how they acted. If you were like maybe if you had like any doubt right now, I mean this character's in the moment, but if you were thinking critically, if you had any doubt that she is like lying her ass off and is super suspicious, this is like your moment where you're like, holy fuck, she actually knows Satoshi. We are so fucked. Reina was talking about more than the bat belongs to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi also suddenly started walking with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. Again, she denied knowing him. She denied even knowing who the fuck he was. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina's trying to tell us something important. Satoshi also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi. Then one day he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi. And then one day he began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Keiichi. And then one day he suddenly... what? Reina swallowed her words. Her sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then I could finally digest the content of the conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about him. I never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I'd done. But they'd been the same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I act the same, there's a really good possibility what happened after would be the same. Reina, that day. What happened to Satoshi? Bear in mind, she doesn't know who Satoshi is. Reina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. Forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew it was going to happen to me. Answer me, Reina. What happened to him? With that, I grabbed her shoulder and forcibly turned her to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you. Yeah, this guy's... See? I can't believe he fell for that. Keiichi-kun. It was the person that I didn't know. Or at least it definitely wasn't the Reina Ryukyu I'd been talking to up till now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under an inner layer of rhyme. I can't believe he got close. I can't believe he's, like, asking questions like this. Like, she clearly denied knowing Satoshi. You should be, like, 500% suspicious of her. When she's like, you're acting just like he did before he vanished. Like, dude. Both of Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Reina brought her face close to mine. So close I could feel her breath. Her face filled my entire field of vision. And then her sharply shaped lips grew sharper like the curve of a crescent moon. And she grinned. I told you. Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Reina repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried out. I couldn't even acknowledge what I'd just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Come on, dude. Why the fuck are you carrying a bat if you can't even contemplate the thought of someone being within 5 feet of you? Come on, bro. Reina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. It had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. That I could neither stand nor escape their gaze shooting through. If literally, like, her looking at you is enough to drive you to your knees, make you unable to act for several minutes, like, I don't even know what the point of the weapon is. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless, like I was a fly in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi? Reina finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. Yeah, sure, I'm not gonna transfer. That'd probably be my response. I even included the stammering just for you guys. Satoshi and I had... what? All my well-planned actions through the day turned out to have been for nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi did?
Had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he'd gone along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none I noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to protect his swing. You know, it would be really useful if you talked to, like, literally anybody else to try and figure out what's going on and see if you're being consistent for 2 seconds. And then one day, suddenly, remember, Rena has never encountered him. Like, okay, if they want to cast some doubt on to whether or not the detective guy's a good guy, easy thing to say is, hey, Rena told me she never met this guy, and then I got a bat, and she's like, why are you acting like Satoshi did? And it's like, she claims she never met him, but the minute I pick up a bat, she knows who Satoshi is and how he acts. It's like really fucking weird, man. He transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickly sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, like, this is useful information, right? It radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who'd be able to understand me? I mean, you have a detective who's looking into shit with you, but since you haven't told him anything, every new revelation you find out is going to be utterly useless to him. Until you write it all down in your log and get murdered, and then he reads it and it's like, why the fuck did this kid not tell me anything? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by... Like, dude, why are you asking that question? That was an obvious question. He disappeared. Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket, pulling out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around standing up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to hide their presence in my personal space all the way through the door. But there was someone behind me. Undoubtedly. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi, my bar, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct, rather than anything else that was telling me their presence. Common sense told me it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There's no one behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. Dude, just look, who cares? At the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Okay, dude, the easiest thing to do, like, if you're, like, worried there's somebody behind you, it's perfectly reasonable to unlock the door and open it, and as you open it or close the door, because I think he's stepping through, right? He's stepping through the door, so it's perfectly reasonable to turn around and look behind you as you close the door. And you wouldn't look insane. Come on, dude. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was someone there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. Why is he, like, panicking about looking? But I didn't have the courage to even do that simple task. Your bat is never going to be useful if you literally can't look behind you in terror. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. A random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. And you can disguise this as saying, hey, to, like, your parents if they're home. If I calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in a hoarse, broken voice. I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down. It's all in your head. Dude, just look behind you. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry. I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me. However reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this precarious predicament. A scream. Dude, you know what's easy? Just elbow behind you. And you're like, oh, sorry, my bad. Like, if you think someone's right behind you in an elbow range and you're like, I don't want to fucking look, elbow them. Worst case scenario, you're like, oh shit, sorry, man. My bad. Like, I was going to put the key in the lock, my elbow, blah, blah, blah. Like, all the force of my body released from my lungs, from my throat, ceasing all thought process in my head. So this guy's reaction to some random person right behind me is scream.
Come on, man. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They're invisible? They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. The emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firmly in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading about something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Ah! I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. Hits the door, right? There were so many better ways to do this, like jab behind you with the bat in your hand. Like, wait, what year is it? The 83. Dude, it is so reasonable to pull some attempt to pull some Jedi shit. It's in the 80s. The bat slammed it right to the wall. The tip rebounding violently. And that's what happened, because he's an idiot. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Why is he just smashing shit? Is he even looking? The two swings whiffed through the empty space, but they seemed to have psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing recorded. You've literally hit nothing. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Ah! My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. He's just smashing up his entryway. Like, I don't get it. Guy's being an idiot. Crack. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain the enemy retreated, I locked the door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. Again, hasn't even bothered calling the police officer to say he's literally seeing shit now. Like, okay. Like, how many problems did there have to be in this fucking town before you tell the police, tell the guy who's ostensibly a police officer, shit's going down? You'd think it'd be like more than 5 minutes. You'd think like, the death threats, the food, the literal specters, like, come on, man. The people lying about people they know, like, they couldn't possibly have met someone. Like, there's a lot going on here that the officer would be like, what the fuck? But he's not even bothering to A, try and get proof, or B, even bother telling the guy. It's super annoying. Alright, I channeled my aggression and searched for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. And at that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief mixed together and began to flow out through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Think about it, maybe it's just an apparition I dreamt of in my confused state, but I didn't really think it was the case. Calm down, Keiichi. Compose yourself. Dude, you've been acting paranoid for like the last 3 fucking days. You're gonna like descend into madness if you just like start assuming so much dumb shit and don't actually act rationally here. No matter how calmly I thought about it, what happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't an illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. This is a character who literally has like massive panic attacks whenever any of his friends speak in a low tone to him, to the point where he literally collapses to his knees for like 5 minutes, and he's thinking, man, I'm not panicking, I'm not going paranoid, I'm not seeing shit. Like, honestly, if you have so much trouble interacting with people in a hostile environment that, like, if someone says something implicitly threatening to you, that you literally, like, fall to your knees in terror and, like, drop everything you're holding and just sit there for, like, 10 minutes, I feel like you're probably seeing shit. I mean, he might not be, and, you know, they're kind of pitching that he is seeing shit. He is seeing stuff that might be real, but, like, if you're this paranoid and, like, this mentally weak that, like, something unnerving, like, literally makes you drop to your knees in terror, like, I feel like it's perfectly reasonable. It would be perfectly reasonable to say he's not got the focus to, like, his mind is not together enough to determine real from unreal. And he needs to, like, calm the fuck down. But he's not doing anything to calm down. Proof? I just had one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was just a ruse the villagers who believed in it were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting it was Reina and the rest of them doing it, but that would be solvable. Uishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what then? Uishi very clearly declared curses aren't real. And at that time, the words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, the writhing possibility that the perpetrators were inhuman, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told him this was the work of the curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Uishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. But, I mean, there are things you can say. There are things like, my friend claimed she didn't know someone, and now she admits to knowing exactly what they're like and that they disappeared one day. Like, why not tell him that? That would put him on the trail of these people. Like, that's so simple. And it's not suspicious, because it's not like you're saying there's anything supernatural. You're saying they're lying about knowing the last person who disappeared. I'm really concerned. And I'll be like, oh, that's a big red flag for Reina. Damn. Like, she's lied about knowing him 100%. Yeah, she vehemently denied it. She said she never even knew the name. And then I picked up a bat, and she's like, oh, that was Satoshi's bat. Who? Like, what? Why are you picking it up? You know, you don't need to do this. You're just like him before he disappeared. What? But you said you didn't know him. Oh yeah, he's just like some random kid. Like, I literally asked about the kid who was in your club named Satoshi. I better keep the facts of what happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was going berserk in the entryway. Considering he's, like, completely paranoid and has had, like, multiple panic attacks and passed out multiple times, I feel like it's perfectly reasonable to say he might have been hallucinating shit. Even if he wasn't, you can still say that he was. How wonderful would it be if that was really what happened? I'd be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied the curse, then that would mean admitting Reina and the rest are the perpetrators. If I said Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, that would mean believing in the curse. By denying both, I'd be admitting to myself I was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts, mixed together and forming a whirlpool in my head, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool off. Calm down. This kid has literally never calmed down a minute in his life. Accept what happened is reality. Stop thinking more than that. I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything until now was a figment of my imagination. You know, it seems less like he has two things to acknowledge, you know, the villagers are behind it or it's supernatural, and more like he has one thing that he is wrestling with, And that's his unwillingness to accept that there could be bad people doing something. Like, he is completely unwilling to accept that his friends could be hostile, and is only taking, like, rough actions that are like, I could be attacked by anyone at any time. It's like, he hasn't chilled down for even 10 seconds yet. This whole evening. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist. I'd be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I'd have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. And now your parents are going to ask why you busted up all their shit. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there's no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone that much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Okay, do we got our man? I mean, even if Oishi is suspicious, like, it'd still be better. I think it'd be better for our protagonist if he talked stuff out with literally anybody on the planet. Even if they're, like, the worst person. This is my bar residence. Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some stuff. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs are expensive. And instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. Oh, that sounds tasty. My parents don't like strong flavors and still didn't touch them, so the cupboards are still full. You see, there isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? That's really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. That's quite the drive, damn. Dad has a license, but he doesn't like the highway. They likely took the train. It'd have taken even longer. You might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't so good. He's an artist in a rural town. I don't know what he's thinking. Like, presumably this was just a temporary relocation, right? Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave as they are, it'll affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality. His emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. Dude, just like yours do. Holy shit. You could also say he couldn't take criticism. But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job. Can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person. So there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. I mean, he's driving 12 hours. Remember, it's 6 hours. It's like an entire day's journey there and back. It's probably pretty big. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. We'll be back by tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. The village people, my friend, they are the problem. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. Yeah, you brought that up in the worst way. I remember that. Really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing could be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I'd never allow that. I'd rather die knowing everything. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive, even if I have to gnaw my own leg off. Yeah, see you then. Tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up. And eat your breakfast. Don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but it was far away. They normally did this by phone. The times they had to go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened like this, suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only need to recognize the reality of the situation. Tonight, I'm the only one in the house. And when my parents come back from work, I'll be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Will he be gone, though? Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy. My parents were gone, and this is their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicking on the lights. I turned on the TV to a reassuring volume. Good plan, good plan. Next, the study. I turned on the lights and some music. With this from the outside, it looks like my parents are there. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there's anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they'd gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. My friend, why did they not close the garage behind them? Can people just... I guess he probably has a lock on the door to the garage, but still. Why not just close the garage? That seems like the most obvious thing to do when you're trying to seal your house up. I panicked and rushed to the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine. And to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. They left in the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my breakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and that the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember there was a broom in the dustpan in the closet. I was going to get them. And then the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. Idiot Keiichi, why'd you say that? The appropriate response, by the way, is to say the appropriate response, even if they're not there, is to always say they're busy unless they're available. Unless they're directly available, you always say they're busy. Like if they're in the middle of something, say they're busy. If they're away, say they're busy. And then no creepy stalker knows you're home alone. See, now they know you're home alone. Or now they know your mom's not home. Any more information you want to volunteer? Don't reveal your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell them to call when she goes. You're just supposed to say, can I take a message? She's busy. That's fine. It wasn't anything important. Oh, sorry for the bother. The scenarios I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. The call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I need to make a good story to explain my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. Look, it's easy. If it's before dinner, she's making dinner, can I take a message? She's busy making dinner, can I take a message? She's helping my dad with something and told me to take a message and she'll call you back. Like, easy stuff. And you're like, I don't fucking know, it's some art bullshit, right? This character doesn't even know this character knows his dad's an artist, but doesn't even know what his dad does for art, which is fine. I mean, the art's literally the next room over, but, you know, it's fine. He can just say, like, I don't know, they're trying to lift something. It's a little bit precarious right now. Just, they'll call you back later. And then, you know, if they don't call back, you're like, worst case scenario, you're like, oh man, yeah, shit, I forgot to tell them, my bad. Or, you know, I didn't tell them until it was too late at night or some shit, like, whatever. Alright. So, they were making tempura and couldn't step away. Sure. They're sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that safe? No. I was thinking about it on my way back to my room when the phone rang again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Uishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Uishi-san? Uishi-san? Is that you, Maibara? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Wait a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one in the house, but I wanted to be in a spot that felt safer when speaking on the phone with Uishi. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with him was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Uishi-san on the way home from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. After that, Reina and Mion came to check on me. When I spoke with Uishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may as well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mara? Dude, just saying. Be like, I don't know how they found out, but they knew I went to the diner with you. They knew I did this. They knew I did this. Like, at least say something, because he's, like, if you think my bar is on your side, you're leaving him in the dark and you're being a dipshit ally. Because he's, like, asking for information, and this is actually, like, okay. It might be sort of useful. Oh, sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. That's right. That's right. He thinks all his friends are literally, like, man-eating demons right now. But nothing's changed, I assure you. His friends are lying to him about really big things. And he's like, oh, it's fine. I mean, you don't have to be the... I'm not the best communicator. I forget to tell people stuff, and sometimes people ask, like... Sometimes I forget to inform people. But come on, when someone asks you directly, and you have, like, 10 things sitting on your head about that exact topic, at least bring one of them up. Be like, oh yeah, this is a problem. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling, but he said not really. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it. I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may not have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I'd make it through the night safely after all. Rishi-san, it seems someone's after me. Really? It could all be coincidence, but the day I missed school and I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rana and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it, but could that have just been a threat? About the needle. Was it one of those comments? It was one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There's a hole to string thread through? Not that, the needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof they threatened you. Where's the needle? That's right, that's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I overlooked it out of terror, but the needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I'd certainly thrown the mochi and needle at the wall together. But if it was there, then it'd be on the living room wall, and your parents would have cleaned it up because they're like, who the fuck throws food at the wall and makes a mess like this? Are you 6? My prudent mother cleaned the living room wall, and there's not a trace of mochi left on it. Yeah, because this kid's a fucking idiot, and just is like, there's needles in the mochi. I guess I'll throw them at the wall and not in the garbage. Even if you don't want the evidence, like... why throw the mochi at the wall? Could it be it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet. Nothing turned up. I tried moving on the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet and flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. Dude, if... Like, I'm pretty lazy. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm really lazy. If for whatever reason I'd literally thrown up, like, I don't know, I'm gonna say something with sauce, like pasta or pizza at my fucking wall, you can bet I'd clean it up in the first day. That's like fucking disgusting. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pail, and poured it. Even at a glance, I could tell it'd be difficult. You're literally trying to find a needle in a haystack. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Yeah, exactly. I'll try running my hand through it. No, take a magnet. Be smart. You're on the phone. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it is the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash in my hand. Filth. This guy is so stupid. This is not the worst. This is the worst way to find something. There's nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such needles. Let's think about this rationally. Okay, needles are very small. The needle is likely to end up on its side, so randomly pushing your hand through trash is unlikely to find anything, especially if it's on the ground. I continued for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I couldn't keep Uishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. Dude, this guy, I swear to God, if he wasn't insane, he is certainly acting like it. I then dashed up the stairs where I'd been keeping Uishi-san waiting for too long. Hello? How'd it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then and... I see. It'd be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about the morning with the hit and run. Also, this isn't all. Actually, this morning, the van was angry. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time. Did you see the license plate? He's gonna say no. I can search for it from here. Damn. I just left out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused on protecting myself, I let some of the most important details slip. You know, I'll be honest. Like, you probably can't memorize a plate number in 2 seconds if someone hits you and runs. Most people probably can't do that, especially because they'll be, like, dazed. That's perfectly reasonable. The needle is really stupid. The needle? Throwing it out makes sense, but this throwing it at the wall was fucking stupid. I punched my pillow and noted how worthless I was. Sorry, I don't know much more than that. It was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Mabara. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of it's really... it isn't a coincidence, is it? Keiichi started to hem and haw over the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms. Reina's acting strange. How so? What Reina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi. Now I can say it with confidence. Reina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew there was more to him than just simply disappearing. Reina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Reina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect of the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? What kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? She said he transferred out. Given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. She let out a stern sigh and grumbled loudly. My bar, that was probably a threat, or maybe a warning of some sort. Yeah, I thought so too. At that point, I'd started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that happened till now as the machinations of a human perpetrator? Other than the theory about being Reina and the others, I was actually left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the other explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to him. Except Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenario. Whether it was the curse or everything being real, a real conspiracy committed by the villagers, Reina's involved, and she had to know something. She was suspicious. What exactly was she? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the stuff prior to the string of deaths. I seem to recall that Ueshi had admitted he had dug into her past a little. He was probably downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he'd actually dug pretty deep most likely. God, this is not turning out well for us, is it? I appreciate our character at least telling the detective what the fuck's going on, even if the detective's sus, like, hey, like at least he's communicating with someone, so someone knows what's going on. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown. If Reina was somebody I should suspect, nope, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I'm alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt just by my parents being around. See, that's why I was saying, like, he knows that they give him a sense of security, even if they don't actually offer security. So why, like, do, like, dumb shit, like invite his friends, his potentially hostile friends over? It wasn't like this house was a fortress or castle. If a malicious person wanted to use brute force, they'd easily get entry. There's no other residences close to ours. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I'd never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact he had this house built in such a remote location as it did right now. Wait, he had this house commissioned? I forgot that. I completely forgot that and thought he bought it. He must be a landscape artist or something. Landscape or wildlife artist? I wondered if I'd still be here by tomorrow morning. If I had to ask. Right now. That was the doorbell. I had no idea when the next chance would come. Wait, do you have something I want to ask about? Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was too far on the end of the line, this is the most reliable he'd ever felt. I wanted to ask about Reina. About what happened at her previous school. Regarding Reina... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I realized it was the doorbell. Okay, this is where you say, hey, there's someone at the door? There's someone at the door. I'm gonna put you on speaker. Don't say anything or make any noise. That's what you do, right? If you're like, let's think of this. He's clearly thinking he's going to get the door right here. My first thought is, I want there to be a record. At least this cop's gonna know. If I get fucking body snatched tonight, I want a cop to know the minute it happens. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock, past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past a sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't do good. It won't do any good because you have 5 lights on, you're playing music and the TV. That would ruin all the work I put into making my look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. My bar-san? Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is. A guest? My apologies. Should we end this call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Ushi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally get up and go home, wouldn't you? The lights are on. Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. But it's not. It's Rena. Yeah. Good evening. Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing made me feel uneasy. It was just as I was about to ask Uishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Nothing this old man can't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. It seems Mion wasn't with her. Dude, I don't know how Mion not being with her is making you better. She can literally paralyze you with a look. This is not a good situation to be in. That didn't change the situation at all. Why come here? Keiichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? It was true, speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house, the chain has to be on at night. That's a terrible excuse, but okay. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly, but she kept smiling at least. Her effort to keep the smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility of hoodlums, that would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. That's right, she can't terrify you. You have the chain. It's a passive defense. You don't have to do anything. The chain will keep you safe, right? The baseball bat, you have to swing at someone if you're attacked. The chain will buy you a little bit of time, but it's also passive. It didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging. She appeared to give up on trying to get into the entryway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi? No, I haven't. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready, no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home and was woken by the phone. I didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all the time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in any case. I'd just eat one whenever I wanted to. Not yet. What about it? Good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. Okay. If I can use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine. You don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that stuff? I wonder. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup. I mean, I like miso soup too. That's just good. White radish, carrots, burdock, root, potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice. If you microwave it, you can eat it up really quickly. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh, how wonderful it is to be Japanese. I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I'd moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that Ryugu's family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. It'd go well with that fluffy white rice. It also, pickles and rice. It's a weird combo. I haven't tried that before. I'll have to try that sometime. I mean, I have rice often enough. There's more. So delicious. It seems so delicious. Very well to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering a delicious sounding meal. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Reina dwindled. She did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. The possibility was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine again. I couldn't understand why a sensation occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Reina speaking this charming dinner was dependent on one premise, and that premise was tonight dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. I'm glad he finally noticed that. At any normal household, 7 would be around the middle of dinner time. Yet Reina, for whatever reason, shows up, and this is in the middle of the country, so it's super dark out, walking dark roads in the evening. Somehow knows that you haven't had dinner yet. She could have been the person who called you. On the other hand, she shouldn't know this. Maybe, I mean, the elders, the villagers seem to know everything. So maybe they shared the information with her, but it's a little bit suspicious. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Reina, did she know my parents weren't home? But there was also a chance this is a bluff. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance Reina was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First off, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready soon. Huh? That's so? I know you went through all the effort and everything, but well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. Some of this could work as side dishes, I think. Sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so... you have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was sitting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh with what Reina was saying. She was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that I was aware of it as well. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? It's not that Reina had assumed out of nowhere I made the dishes. Not so much I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. Wait, hold up. What did you say? Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Dinner will be ready soon. I'm sorry, we have more than 100. My mom always makes quite a few side dishes. He didn't say that his mom was home directly. He didn't say his mom was making the dinner. So it's not a direct statement. She isn't directly contradicting something he said. Oh, thanks for the drink. I was curious. It's like he might be saying, his mom might be contradicting something he's saying. Or she might be contradicting something he's saying, but there's no contradiction here. She could be making an assumption based on prior information that his mom's not home. Like one of the villagers told him she saw the car leave or something. I think so this could be paranoia. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. She's making them right now. You see, I'm sorry. I can't eat what you brought. Reina fell silent at the moment. At that moment, I felt that the light suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be? Doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. Conversation might appear natural at first, but Reina was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey, stop with the insult. I can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out. Full capacity already. It's amazing. I tried my best not to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Reina showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? She didn't leave me dinner, she's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Reina had taken the assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner, and completely ignored it. Interesting. So, what's she gonna say? I could tell the more I panicked, the colder Reina became. Keiichi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? I wonder. I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Reina, she knew full well my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents are here and we'll be having dinner soon. That was the situation I concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here? Of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Reina's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid or gelid? I'm gonna go with gelid. Gelid stare. Why? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Reina's eyes. The look, it informed me of Reina's response faster than she could open her mouth. So, wait, she said... Is your mom here, I wonder? And we answer yes. And she says, why? What do you mean, why is my mom here? Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? I wonder. I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Reina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Reina and I were still separated by a few inches. That slightly ajar but chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. Dude, like, Reina's pretty terrifying. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Reina already knew my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew my parents weren't home, there's no way she could be able to guess what I'm eating tonight. I mean, there's only like 3 brands of ramen that he probably likes, but let's see. Reina said she'd guess. Let's hear it. How could she guess it? She already guessed that it was made with nothing but hot water. She already knows he's having ramen for it, so it's just a guess of flavors. How could you know it was instant? Instant cup noodles. That one's obvious. He's never shown any inclination to being able to cook. They'd guess cup noodles instantly, right? Like, you're guessing, like, cup noodles, it doesn't seem unreasonable. That I was gonna eat, yeah. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework's probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, it's like you're in Japan, you're a guy who can't cook, the stereotypical thing is cup noodles. Looking at this statistically, it's the most probable answer. It didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is just coincidence. It's just coincidence. Even I'm deluded enough to believe this one, because it might actually be... She's just reading certain tells of mine. The fact she knew she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't like she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. Not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7? 7. What's the 7? Reina indicated the point my answer was addressing was wrong. The rebuttal was so short, I didn't understand the words Reina had spoken. Sorry, Reina. What did you say just now? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward that question. It was such a simple answer, that's why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. That one's a tough guess. I don't know how many flavors of ramen there are. There might only be like 2 or 3 if you're guessing from ramen. She can probably guess from what's available in town, but that'd still be like... I bet that anything that stocks ramen probably has at least 3 flavors. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went blank, until the moment I was unable to recover. As my field of vision began to distort, slowly shrinking in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even try to deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Reina know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me this whole time. That's because Reina was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Alright then. that is some serious stalking. Like that night. The night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Uishi. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door. Behind me, standing there just like that. I'm gonna need a second drink after this. Holy shit. When Keiichi was picking up the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? And then your mom got angry. You're gonna pick the expensive ones. You should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi picked that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I could never eat a whole big bowl by myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Reina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. Like, what are the odds that she's just a creepy stalker? What are the odds she's a stalker? It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Reina advanced. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so, okay? Reina's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. Serial killer look? Oh yeah, serial killer look. There's a reason we skipped school for a day. We're unironically, like, our character was carrying a bat around today, because they're, like, that terrified they're gonna be murdered, okay? Like, yeah, definitely the serial killer look. We're not thinking they're just stalking us and creepy. The question we have is whether or not it's a village murder conspiracy or whether it's a demonic possession. Like, which one do you want it to be? Demonic possession? Like, do you want them to be demons? Do you want them to be possessed? Do you want it to be a curse? Or do you want them to just be psychotic? Like, none of these is a good answer. They're all terrible. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded in me. But Reina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain, doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Keiichi-kun? Please go away. I beg you, please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? I wonder. Please, go away, go away, go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force of the door knocked Reina momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet, and pulled with all my might. But the slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Reina's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts, Keiichi-kun. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away! I kept pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize if I didn't loosen my pull for at least momentarily, she wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. That's why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she'd done until now. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Reina couldn't leave in if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Reina's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Reina's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away! Go away! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I pulled on the door even harder, and finally her fingers were somehow able to slip from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed, but I could hear the thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Reina. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. I mean, come on. Like, you kind of want to feel sorry for her, right? Like, for all that dialogue, I know how creepy she was. Like, she's being and how the face they're giving her. But, like, if you want to make this character seem like maybe he's going crazy and she's not, like, evil. It's like, they kind of, like, drag you along with it, like, with all the stories. And you're like, maybe she's toughing it out. And then she says something like, open up, Keiichi-kun. She just, like, your character's, like, screaming, go away in terror, crushes her fingers, and is just, like, screaming in a panic. And she's like, just open the door, Keiichi-kun. And you're like, where? You barely even care that I crushed your fingers and I'm screaming in terror? Like, how do you not notice this? Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming I was sufficiently sealed off, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side of the door, I could hear Reina's echoing call. Sorry, those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about it at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of sazy hint of relief that I was able to escape from Reina. Before, Mion threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Reina told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Reina as possible. One step, two step. Remember, he's still on the phone with what's his face. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you'd expect, I was no longer able to hear Reina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It's the phone. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Uishi. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be my clock ran out of batteries? I talked with Reina for so long. How did no time pass? But the hand of the clock was ticking forward 1 second per second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello? Uishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent the amount of time that had passed between myself and Uishi was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Uishi was. Reina came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident I could explain the situation, but I didn't need to right now. I need to know about Reina. That's right, I was planning to ask Uishi more about her, but her visit interrupted the conversation. What was true and false? I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked him. Ask her if Satoshi disappeared before she got to school. That's what he wants to ask. Up until now, I regretted it when I forced myself to ask about things I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There's no possible way I could feel more regret than I did right now. I wanted to know if there's anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It's not out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I'm absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Reina, I did a bit of digging. Well, it wasn't much. I understood Uishi was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're a friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be interested in what I have to say, though. Uishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible, always continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. I think Reina is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Yashiro-sama's curse, she's involved. You have proof that makes you believe she's suspicious? The manner in which he spoke became firm. That was him talking like a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell them even over the phone how disappointed he was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt the bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Uishi-san, can't do anything without proof, can you? What I mean was, you can't come and save me without proof? I stuck the barb in there. His Uishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things. He understood me just fine. It's fine, my bar. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Uishi was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just gonna get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead, maybe no concern, but it's all over for me when I die. Uishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relate to Ushi was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. Please tell me. Tell me about Reina. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future. I'd probably also do what Reina called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, my bar, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Uishi having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It seemed I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. I at least wanted to know what happened before Reina transferred schools. You're aware this won't be very interesting, right? Uishi, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there's nothing I'd find uninteresting. Please. There's a few things I need you to agree to. Okay. Keep this confidential. And part of this may be speculation. Not all of it's true. Are you still interested? It may not be true? I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each is its own individual case. Thus, Reina has never been linked to any of them. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Reina done by the police, and it's a personal inquiry is what you're telling me? It'll make things quicker since you understand. All of it's from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. They aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this with a grain of salt is what I mean. We have an agreement? All of it from what you've heard. Okay. My apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing. Before you said you saw Reina's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Uishi paused for the moment. On the other end of the line. I told you that too. Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Uishi having certain obligations and responsibilities. I didn't care if there's no proof. Even if they're just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me. Please. Understood. Uishi-san finally opened up those tight lips of his. Alright, what do you got for us, Uishi? Please, we need something. A lifeline, anything. It seemed Reina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She moved to Ibaraki after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident of the breaking of school windows happened. She confided to the doctor it was Oyashiro. This was all he knew. There isn't much of a difference between what I know and what you know, Maibara. I would like to point out that our characters that she might have been given a vision of Oyashiro and panicked, just like our character did, and smashed windows instead of like his entryway. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Like, we've had our character actually do something insane like this too. A smashing incident. We actually had one. What part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened after she transferred. The incident she was responsible and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yeah. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Reina and the others, didn't you? Yeah, I suspected them. So they're the ones after all? No, that's not what I mean by suspect them. Uishi-san was the type of person to say a thing with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well... Uishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi resumed the conversation, about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of the events until the start of delving into Reina's past. Good, we want to know about... Just then there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring. It came without warning, rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind made the curtains flap. What is it? Nothing, it suddenly started raining. Sorry, please continue. I got up, lifted on the phone, and closed the window. I said the beginning was the incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. Those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly it had permanent damage.
Could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? My bar? Can you hear me? There was the figure of a person standing in the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in the torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe in this shower, which resembled a waterfall. Droplets of water dripped from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. Oh my god. If you're a... Holy fuck. How creepy can you be? What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time? I was more enthralled by Reina, instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Uishi-san. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Dude, holy fuck. Then I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating, she was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating? To me. Okay. Again, a sane person, if you smash someone's hands in the door and enough to cause them to bleed, dude, I'd be like going fucking home. I'd be like, fuck man, if you're not gonna give me medical attention, fuck you, I'm going home. Like, that's pretty bad. That's an easy way to like break your fingernails and shit. Oh. Or like rip a nail. Oh, nasty. Or like have some serious cuts in your hands. Like, I'm like right up against the window, fixated on her. Hello, my Bara? Can you hear me? Hello? My Bara-san? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello? My Bara-san, what's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. If I forgive you this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. I'm sorry. Sorry. Damn it. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. I won't forgive my Bara. If you can hear me, please respond. Hello? My god. I mean, our guy's definitely losing it, right? But it's hard to tell if it's like supernatural interference. It seems like it is, right? Like that's the end they want to tell you, but it could be like new tips, split personality, and at the 7th mark. Whoa. Dude, I really appreciate this. Like, I know our character's been being dumb, but he's being like a horror. He's being a little bit dumb here and there, but I'm really appreciating the fact that we literally haven't seen a sync with, like, someone's died off screen, but we haven't seen a body. Nobody's actually like tried to kill us. Like, they're just sitting there building tension, doing the creepy village girl thing, and they're doing it really well in novel form. It's quite enjoyable and it's very unnerving. They're doing a really good job with this. End of chapter 11. Oh, God. I kind of want to know where the conversation goes, but I'm thinking it's getting a little bit late, so we're going to have to wrap this up. This one up here. We'll get back to this one next time.